Hello and welcome to Roll For It, where your favorite YouTubers and streamers get together to play some lovely tabletop RPGs. Of course, today we are playing Ascension, a long-running D&D campaign, and it's us today because Perrin's got a lot of stuff to do. I was going to say to be done to him, but that suggests something completely different. So realistically, it's going to eat up a lot of time. So welcome to a special single-player episode. Looking forward to this.
It's just going to be... Perrin's got a lot of conversations to have with a lot of beings. He doesn't even know what half of them are yet, but it's going to be a whole thing.
It will be. Right, okay. First things first, we have some announcements. The NPC names post is out. So if you're here at your above, you can suggest some names to be characters and things, whatever that we might use. Also, level 12 character sheets coming soon. So if you want to see the character sheets from their most recent level up last week, you'll be able to see them shortly. We're currently trying to figure out the HP situation because...
The shenanigans afoot, I blame Roll20.
Yeah, I mean, I'm literally looking at tokens from the ones that have been on the map this entire time. Like, I always have tokens on the map screen, and tokens I just dragged out to compare them to, and they all have different HP, except for Arena.
Yep.
Which doesn't make sense. Anyway, so things are going on there.
I did some investigating, and it looks like somewhere randomly around the time we went from Chapter 3 to 3.5, Roll20 randomly just gave me an 11 HP handicap that I've been running with ever since. Would have been real useful in some of those fights. Why does it edit my HP like
look,
this?
you shouldn't have gone to the settings and clicked hard mode. I told you not to. This is what happens when you pick deathmatch. Also, we're returning to Thursdays. Next week, we're doing Thursday, and then thereon.
So next Wednesday we won't be here. You got to go back to the Thursday slot. That's when we'll be there again.
There you go. And we will have, I think, the bit at the beginning will actually be the after show from this week, so that you can watch that just beforehand to kind of catch you up before we go into the actual show itself. So the normal time, you can catch us and you can see the replay of the after show before we go in a proper. It also gives people who haven't seen the after shows what their little taste.
The show proper will be starting a bit later than normal, and I think it means the show proper will be shorter, but to make up for it, we're going to give you after shows and the pre-show while that's happening.
Yep. And as chat have already noticed, we're also starting with daylight savings stuff going on, which means that for Americans, and I think it is just the continental US. I think it's America, Canada, and that might be it. I don't know. There's very few people who do it this way around, but Americans, the next episode only will be 1 hour later. So next week, it will be Thursday, and if you are in the continental US, or it could be North America, there's a slight difference, but they're similar. Look.
The rule of thumb...
If your daylight savings time isn't international, it'll be 1 hour later for you next week.
Yeah, the rule of thumb is if
go.
your clocks don't change this Saturday night or Sunday night, I think Saturday night, then the show will be an hour later, because it's changed for us making the show move an hour, and for most of the planet that will be correct, but then for the US they do it sometimes 1 week later, sometimes 3 weeks later. At least it's 1 week this time. Yeah, just the one, and then the week after, it'll be back to what it is normally, because your clocks will have changed. You will eventually just moved to matches again.
Unless you happen to live in one of the few places that has, congratulations, got rid of the really dumb thing called daylight savings, British summertime, whatever you call it. In which case, congratulations, you are more advanced, but also it will stay permanently the 1 hour shifted for you. Or unless you are, I think it's Nevada, where technically they just shift their time zone so that, in theory, they actually get daylight savings, but they also then shift their time zone so that they cancel out.
One day we will be free of this madness. We'll either get universal daylight savings. Actually, we never will because of the hemispheres. Or more likely, we'll just get rid of daylight savings, and then we just don't have to worry about that anymore.
Yeah, let's just get rid of it. Anyway, so for now, that's the issue. And I'm sorry, but like we can't really change that.
We cannot, unfortunately, change time. We wish we could.
Not yet. Okay, that's said and done. Basically everything today is about time, really. We are sponsored by Roll20. If you want to change I don't know where I go with this one. Roll20. You know what? We have a plugin to scripts that allows us to have a calendar, and I can click the calendar button, and it will show a calendar. Send all. There you go. The calendar. That's a script on Roll20. Roll20 are our sponsors.
Apparently it's a tropical
it's
storm.
Through miracles of this. Yeah, somehow, but you've gone back to... Didn't you go back to the Dead Cities? Where did you go?
I think we went to Erathis, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So it's definitely not a tropical storm, because this plugin assumes that the entire world has the same weather, and that you don't get a tropical storm in, you know, Norway or whatever the weather is like. It's sort of almost Siberia.
Would it be like a snowstorm if we're in Erathis?
Yeah, pretty much. It would probably be like a blizzard. So there you go. But it is a full moon at the moment, being the 3rd of Wild Leap. It is a moon's day. So this is the fun that you can have by, you know, playing around plugins on Roll20. And if you want to, you can too go and check out Roll20 as the platform of choice for playing your TTRPGs. I should not pronounce it like that again. That could have been awkward. There you go. We have an affiliate link somewhere. It is more like a referral link. It's not really an affiliate link. Like, we don't get anything from it, but like, I know, like, they're happy with us. So yeah, feel free to click that. Right, that's said and done. Do you want to shield real quick, and then we'll get into today?
All right, so the way that you can support Roll for It and allow us to keep doing all the cool things that we do is, well, there's a few different ways, but the main way is on Patreon. That's the main way that we're funded. There's a whole bunch of different tiers on there that give you a whole bunch of different rewards, including but not limited to MP3s of all of our shows. After shows we record after every show, we talk about what happens in the show, though people that show up live on Thursdays for a little bit are going to have a special sneak peek at those. Though it'll probably only be for people who watch live or Twitch subs, so you will have to get in at the right time or already be supporting us somewhere, some way to get to see those. You can also get character sheets, both of players and of enemies, other GM notes and maps and plans and things like that. You can submit names for NPCs, as people can do this week. We just posted that. It's on the Twitter if you want to get it to it from there. It's on Patreon, of course. You can also watch the monthly recaps where the admins talk about the events of the previous month, how things have been going for Roll for It in general, talk about all the shows, go off on lots of tangents. It's kind of like an after show, but for the month. And you can also, if you're crazy, support at Legend tier. If so, you get to support an episode every month, and you also get to take part in a once monthly RPG session GM'd by a member of the Roll for It cast. That's just a private off-camera game that you get to be a part of. At the moment, we've got some witches and spellcraft stuff going on it allows you to allows the people who play it to influence the actual witches and spellcraft show. So there's already been at least one and maybe two of those sessions already, causing shenanigans for it. So you can get involved in that. And you can also support us in other places too. You can do the Twitch things, of course. You can subscribe on Twitch. That gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to the VODs. Whereas normally you have to wait 24 hours for them to appear over on YouTube. And therefore that means that you could get a sneaky look at the after shows for a little while. And you can also give us bits. You can give us tips. They would appear in the cup, but I forgot to put one on this overlay. But imagine that there is a cup.
That's okay. I think that it's, it's an important role-playing moment that we want them to interrupt with cup stuff. Also,
I think because of how it would work, the bits would just kind of fly in, like in front of your face, and then drop because of the scale of it being. Because our
why put them on the dice log? Why is it always me?
Because then they'd cover the results.
Not if you put them low enough down.
It's a grand tradition started by Sheepy. To put the bits over the GM. I mean, do you really think we need to worry about you getting covered up with this overlay?
I don't know. I am gigantic, and I will crush Bentham. Bentham, be bigger. Risk it.
Oh god damn it! This is gonna be so jank if I just like.
I literally am watching myself on the other screen occasionally just to make sure that like I don't like do this, and I'm like, hi everyone, I'm gonna be talking over here today. Wait, can we do half Bentham, half the E-head?
Yeah, we could do this again. It's been a while.
It's been a while.
You move in more. You gotta be halfway. Oh god, it's getting weird.
You need to get bigger. There we go. Got it. Clip it. Clip it. Clip it.
So dumb.
Anyway, hi. Welcome to the very professional show. Okay. So, shilling and announcements done. Please.
I wasn't done, but there was like we were mostly there. It was like you can become a YouTube member and you can support by showing up and commenting and chatting and stuff. And there we go. That's it. Tell your friends.
There you go. Tell your friends.
Now we're done.
You too could be a hybrid. Right. Anyway, so with that said and done, last week they leveled up. They successfully got through a tower, which was looking pretty dicey at a couple of points. Obviously, in this world, towers built by the gods to give people powers. You complete a floor, a level in the tower, and you gain powers equal to a level mechanically in D&D. Hey, look, I'm working with what I got. With that said and done, Perrin's in the unique position of being someone who's patron for his warlock levels. He is a warlock paladin because I believe it was mostly adopted by the community that you have parenting problems. You got your god on one side and your patron on the other side, and they both agreed to co-share you.
Yeah, I mean, the awkward thing at the moment is that Perrin has neither a god nor a patron. He's managed to lose both of them.
It's a bit of a problem. It's a bit weird in how it works because with the patron, you kind of make an obligation, a pact, and that can only be broken by unanimous consent. However, the other way around, any party can break it. So while Perrin is still looking for a new thing to believe in, the patron is something that he does need. And because he's just leveled up, he is going to be visited, as he was kind of the first time around, by many patrons who will try and persuade him that he should take them as patron. Now, an important world fact I just will say is that you can totally have like an evil god as a patron. They give you the power. It doesn't mean that you will be evil. It just means that, you know, at some point you talk to something that was evil. Now, that does kind of correlate slightly with, are you going to be evil? And they will probably want to sponsor evil people, but it doesn't necessarily mean you are evil by any means. So Perrin could take power from Umberly, and it doesn't mean he wants to destroy ships. Well, possibly after the tower run he just did, it does. But it doesn't necessarily mean that he is going to have to be evil. So there's a lot more flexibility in, you know, you aren't stuck, so to speak, with being like, I will pick the good patron. But people might look sideways at you if you literally are, you know, the patron. You know, if your patron, say, like, the patron of bad hair days, they'll be like, why?
They go, power, I need power. What about it?
Yeah, it's legit. You get the same power, but
there's always a little bit of belief for the god of bad hair days.
So getting things stuck in drawers.
Yeah, no, exactly. I was gonna say, it's like you worship them just by, you know, trying to open a drawer that's stuck. They'll never lose their support.
Exactly. Well, now you're getting into the belief thing, which is the other side of the coin. That's paladins and clerics. So, having just got out of the tower, they teleported back to the Erathis, the city that they didn't start in, but went to pretty soon after they began their journey to power and fame and glory and riches and, well, they've got some riches. They don't really have much glory, but they have a lot of influence. So maybe, I don't know. Their journey to becoming political pawnbrokers. But with that said, we're going to skip forwards a couple of hours until Perrin goes to sleep. So the events of today will take place in the middle of the next episode. Probably not exactly the middle, but as soon as they go to sleep. The events of today are actually going to be inserted into next week's episode. Those of you who are doing a rewatch for the chronological order, feel free to go to next episode, pause it, and then...
Knowing that the Warlock patrons are going to be showing up at some point, Perrin might just, like, you know, go and sit in a dark room and wait for them to show up. Just expecting they will. Though probably the absolute first thing he would do, seeing as he just teleported from a meeting with Bahamut, where Skith said many things, I think the first thing Perrin would do is just, like, punch Skith in the arm and say, "We're going to talk about this once I'm not dealing with Warlock patrons."
Feel free to do that next week. Like, literally park that next week. But
I'm gonna go find an inn, the nearest one, before I start collapsing in the street.
Solid choice. So, you go, you find your darkened room, and you sleep, meditate, pass out, whatever is your preference. And you kind of, having been quite exhausted, having done your level and tower, you quickly fall into kind of a deep slumber. Darkness kind of overwhelms you. For the purpose of this, feel free to remove the level of exhaustion, just because it's more fun.
Done.
Because I don't want you to have to roleplay being, you know, exhausted throughout the entire thing. And then... you find yourself standing outside. It seems to be kind of arid savanna type land. There's patches of grass everywhere. You see one or two trees, but they're very lifeless. There's not many leaves on them. Those that do are kind of small. Little hills in the distance. You'd probably place it quite easily. This would probably be somewhere in the Lumarian Empire. It would be the Dakan, the Dakan Steppes. You actually went past them, through them, over them in the lightning rail recently, on your way to Mest.
So north of the mountains.
Yeah, north of the mountains.
But formerly Dakan before the Lumarian showed up.
Exactly. It's a big expanse of steppe plains that is mostly kind of dry, kind of flat, and tends to get kind of a consistent wind coming from the south, from the storm pass.
So where previously for Perrin, like, he would have been sort of surprised and taken aback by this. He was expecting this, so he just kind of stands there, looks around, raises an eyebrow, and then he's going to turn around and look behind him, presuming that that's where someone is going to be standing.
You see a little kind of heap of rocks and earth that is very small for a hill, or just kind of large for something that people have built. Probably about the size of like a can or something, if you're familiar with how big cans are. And you see on top a woman, dark skin, kind of green shawl, very baggy, kind of eyes closed, just kind of sitting at the top cross-legged.
Can I work out, based on like religious imagery, who this might be?
Really easy religion roll.
17.
Sound Ray.
Ah. Met them before, just in a very sort of different place.
Yeah.
Siren Ray.
Eyes still closed.
Perrin,
It's been a while.
you have come very far in that time.
And I see you haven't given up on me.
It is somewhat of a core tenet. No one is beyond saving until needs must.
Your follower, Anixis,
Yes,
he was an honorable man. I had a great deal of respect for him.
She bows her head.
he was a good person, and he will be missed.
He will.
But he is in a better place now. What of you, Perrin?
I've realized things are more complicated than I thought last time we met. I said a lot of big things about near-death and what it needed.
And?
I don't know what near-death needs. I don't know how to fix it. And perhaps I was foolish to think I did.
In which case, many people are fools in your position. I would prefer to think of people as not foolish, just focusing on what they can change.
I'm trying to make things better.
I have noticed.
And there is a vital place for healing. But
I tend to think so.
I can't fully separate the need for, let's call it, strength.
At this point, this is the first time she opens her eyes, and you can see, while there is kind of a hint of a sclera and iris, is just kind of dancing flame behind her eyes. A kind of light radiates out. And this kind of hits you. There is that kind of warmth and joy. Just a fraction. You aren't actually in the presence of a god, but some halfway house. And there is an echo of that.
Strength is sometimes needed. It is important to give people second chances, to welcome forgiveness, and where someone repents, needs to atone for their actions.
You disappeared for a second there.
I disappeared. That is one of my godly powers. Do not worry about it. Where somebody needs to repent or atone, that is important. But where they do not, where they would still cause harm to others, there are realities involved. I would not have anyone turn a blind eye to someone who could not be saved and who would continue to do harm. Sometimes flame cleanses and sometimes it burns. It should never be something that is taken lightly. It should not be something that is reveled in. But strength is sometimes called for.
There are times when I've tried to save people. But those
I know.
people wouldn't be saved.
And that is why I am here. I think you are worth saving, Perrin. You might not be anywhere near the same as them, but you could have walked a much darker path.
I would like to think I'm not in need of saving, but perhaps that's presumptuous of me.
We are all in need of saving by somebody, Perrin. Nobody walks alone. Mostly.
If I may, the legends say that you were once mortal. Is that something you're allowed to speak on?
It is not a secret. It is maybe something that many forget. But yes, we can speak.
So then, you know what it's like to be mortal. You understand the perspective.
Not as well as I once did. It has been time. And experiences change you. And they change your memories of things, but I believe I understand more than most in my position. I understand the pain. I understand the difficulty.
I can appreciate that. I can appreciate a God who recognizes the position of people like me.
All gods appreciate your position. They just show it in different ways. Some of them, too, need saving.
There's a... I suppose like a recognition with that. Perrin doesn't say anything out loud, but he's like, I know what we're talking about here.
Yes, I understood how that went.
There's like a glance downwards. You know, I imagine it's covered, but you know, the symbol of Erathis is there, burned into him.
That mark has no power here. Do not worry.
I would be surprised if it did. It would be a little awkward to be jumped by one of my enemies in this space.
Not entirely improbable. But
like looks around.
Here,
It's real.
here it can have no power because there is no one for it to really take hold of. And while it might be a craft of Erathis herself, it is only a craft, and it is beyond its ability to affect me. So unless you suddenly feel the urge to punch yourself in the face, you will be okay.
I can't say right now whether I accept or refuse. You're the
I know.
first, and I presume there's more to come.
You have quite a few more. I chose to go first, to let you in easily.
Well, I appreciate that.
You are popular. It is rare for someone to rise. It is rare for someone to really rise beyond level 5. It is very rare for someone of level 12 to be in need of a patron.
Well, even if the answer is ultimately no, thank you for offering me and believing in me.
It is not about whether they will accept or not. It is about giving them the opportunity they deserve. And you deserve it more than most, Perrin. But I am not so bold as to think that without me all is lost. You are worthy of others as well.
I was too harsh last time.
Sometimes harshness is warranted, but I appreciate that time and experience has tempered your edge somewhat.
I suppose I've come to appreciate those that are not so hardline.
There is usually a reason that some people are so.
Indeed.
And we can mourn for their loss, even as we support them for what they need to do. But we can be there to give them counsel and to temper their edge where they cannot. There is more to you than a blade, or indeed a hammer.
My hammer with me in this, space.
If you want it to be, it is.
Imagine, up till now it hasn't been, but now Perrin looks down at his hand and it's there.
Yeah, the hammer's just in your hand.
I mean, actually, I can do that literally normally because it's in
can
hammer
do that
space.
literally normally,
I was
yes.
imagining it's a cool magical thing. I'm like, no, I can actually just summon it anyway.
Yeah. But this is, instead of actually doing the summoning action, this is more a case of there's a long shot with you without the hammer or anything. Even without
And then there's a close
the plate
shot,
armor,
which then zooms
a
out
close
and the hammer's
shot,
there.
and then it back out and you're just holding the hammer and you're kind of surprised by it being there. It is attached to you by thought, and it is powerful. And this is a different world.
An unexpected change in technique, but it's working so far.
Good luck, Patron. And if you wish, I will happily grant you the power, even if you choose to stay on the road of the blade. I would, of course, try and persuade you to the Lord of Healing and the Celestial. But sometimes the blade is needed too. Or, in your case, the hammer.
Thank you. And for what little it may be worth, good luck to you too.
Good luck to a god? Huh.
I don't know if it means anything.
Oh, it at least means something. But I have never had a mortal wish me luck. I normally assume that a god would not need such a thing. And even if that is not the case, the thought is appreciated. Thank you. I shall indeed take your luck with me.
The eyes close. As they close, that light kind of dims down into darkness. You can hear dripping, and then kind of a bubbling of water, like a brook or a stream. And your feet kind of damp and cold, and the water keeps rising, and mist swirls around you. And then a hand, as the water comes up to your chest, comes down and grabs yours.
Perrin, get up out of the waters that we might talk.
So he's in the water, but there's a hand holding his.
The hand comes down from on top of the water to pull you and like grasp yours.
Okay, I suppose
And because you now have Devil's Sight, although the mist restricts your vision somewhat, you can see a bit better. Hooded figure, skeletal arm, wraps of fabric around it, and you can see kind of deep in the hood, kind of a skull with two yellow eyes.
So after a moment of confusion, Perrin recognizes what's going on. And I suppose I swim with 3 limbs and pull with the arm.
You are lifted out effortlessly and plonked onto a small wooden skiff. And this guy is there with a pole, looking at you, quite tall. You recognize him briefly, but he's taller. There's more power, there's more depth here. This isn't the old man, Charon Athreos. This is Charon Athreos as a visage of what he once was.
Do people normally appear in the water when this happens?
When this happens, I have not visited someone for many 100 years.
Ah. Well then I will consider this a great honor.
Thank you. I guess I am used to meeting mortals in the river. However, normally they are dead by that point.
I have come a little close a few times, but still going so far.
You are indeed. You also reminded me, when we last met, of a power that is now gathering in this world. A power held by one of your friends.
Reminded you?
Memories that were once lost. It is strange to feel nostalgia.
Lost memories. They sometimes have a reason to be lost.
Perhaps. Tell that to the Queen of Ravens, though. You are in need of a patron. Still, yours did not return.
I forget, did I ask Atheros last time we met about Neserkiv?
He was the one that told you that, hey, you're missing a patron.
Okay, yeah,
He was like, your soul is calling out.
right.
When you go into tower, it will want someone.
Yeah, I'm still not sure what happened to my former patron. It still worries me. What exactly were you reminded of?
Things long ago. I was much younger then.
Were you reminded of things that were lost? Or were you reminded of threats?
Both. There is more color in this world. More power than there has been. Beings who have not been here for a long time.
Perhaps you then recognize more than most in your position the danger that I face.
Yes. I spoke to many Durga recently. Hence I am here.
Perrin's definitely worried by this development. Basically thinking like, Atheros knows. He knows about Darazdan. I don't know how much he knows or how little, but he knows something, and that's already a lot. How many more do?
You killed many Durga.
It was not. Some of it was me. Some of it wasn't. I was not myself. Though I suppose at the end, that doesn't necessarily make much of a difference. Death is death.
Persuasion roll.
Oh. I don't know what I'm trying to persuade him of, but sure.
That it wasn't entirely your control.
18.
18.
Why should I hand to one who did such things. Or, if as you say it's true, one who is weak enough to be influenced to do them.
I'm sure it is true that I would not make a perfect recipient of your patronage. I have at times, I think, even violated some of the tenets that you stand for. And if you do believe that some people do not deserve to die, there's probably been a few that I have killed who didn't deserve it. But
I am very mad. People die. They deserve to go where they go.
despite the ways in which I'm sure I diverge from your beliefs, I do see in your actions, the choices that you've made, that you have incredible respect for your duty, and that you believe strongly in the things that you stand for. I hope that I represent that, even if sometimes what I believe in might end up conflicting with what you do. My beliefs are strong. As I've learned recently, they don't necessarily align with any particular being, as I previously thought, but I believe in them nonetheless. So if conviction is what you care about, I think I have it. And I hope that if ever I was in a position such as you once were, I would make similar choices.
I do not need your conviction. I am a god no longer, and have not been for some time. You oppose that which brought the river to ruin almost. The souls were not departing. They were not flowing with the river, and you ended the problem. And you continue to oppose that.
Perhaps it is simpler than principle then. Your enemy is my enemy.
Others have principles. I may have my own, but my interest now is simply the river. For I am just a simple ferryman.
I believe no one deserves to end. Maybe that's all that matters.
That too is a principle, and one was fought over long ago. Choose wisely, Perrin. That is too important.
The water shatters. The hood collapses in upon itself. You start falling. And then you slow and are kind of suspended.
Like, as that was happening, Perrin was thinking, he knows everything.
You look around. You see the night sky, the Nyx. You see kind of the astral domain, which many of the gods live, stretching out around you. As you think, you start moving. Movement being dictated merely by the power of thought here. And around you, you see books and bits of wood and a little shard of what maybe once upon a time was a tower. There is no base anymore. It is simply a brick-built round tower with kind of peaked roof. One side completely missing. Exposed timbers. And the books around you, as you look, they're obviously spilling out of here, almost like a cloud of debris. And you feel yourself slowly drifting in that direction.
Perrin recognizes this place from description. And when he sees that in the distance, I think he says out loud, the 13th tower.
What do you do?
I suppose initially he looks around, but he doesn't know what to expect. Because based on description, there may not be a being standing there or floating. Like, if he doesn't see anything. Mystra? Is this you?
Do you head towards the tower and say this, or do you kind of say this away from the tower?
I just kind of say it. I don't say it in a particular direction. I just kind of into the void and see if the void answers. Does it come from the tower?
Make a perception check.
Oh, I'm gonna have no idea then. 11.
Yeah, it seems to come vaguely in that direction.
Okay. Can I like?
You couldn't say more than the direction of the tower.
Can I like swim that way, or am I just here?
As soon as you think about that, you move that direction.
I will move in that direction.
You touch down inside the tower on a bit of floor that remains inside the top level. There are books scattered around you. There's a broken desk, a couple of chairs. Quills and ink are turned over everywhere. Parchment is flapping around all over the place as it's slowly outside.
I didn't know if this would even be possible.
Anything's possible, Perrin.
I was glad to learn you were still alive. It makes
As-
things feel a little less bleak.
The darkest time is just before the dawn, as Dawn would once say.
Perhaps a poor choice of words considering our current circumstances, but I understand the sentiment.
It is hard to recall that many things have changed.
The 13th tower was yours.
The 13th tower.
Perhaps it would make more sense to call it the first. Maybe it doesn't even exist within that definition. Or maybe this is something else.
I do not recognize. I have been trapped for so long.
You told Skith that you were fragmented, separated
Yes.
into portions. You had the power to recall them, but you thought it was more important to leave them in place.
Maybe I have been asleep for a long time. I am only newly aware of the rest of me.
How new? I don't know if time scales is something that gods really deal in much detail, but how long have you been awake, if you know?
This part of me, at the blink of an eye,
Ren had hope for a second, and he's like, no, I'm not going to get anywhere with that. Do you know how many parts you're in? How many pieces of you there are in the mortal
I
plane?
thought I was the only one. 800 and almost 50 years. I thought I was all that survived.
800 years or 50 years? Or 850 years?
Almost 850.
That's too long.
But now I can feel parts of me out there, and I am reconnecting with what remains free of me. I am Mystra. And it is due to you and your actions and those of Dragon Punch that I am free once more. Hence, I offer you patronage with what little power I can spare.
Do you know how many parts of you are out there?
I can feel many big parts of me with purpose. There are fragments elsewhere, but I am new to the outside world. I have been trapped in the dark for so long, cut off from the magic of the world.
Make a perception check.
Okay. 12.
So you kind of look around. You can see kind of a bright kind of silver light outside somewhere in the distance.
See if I can get a better look at it.
Make a Constitution saving throw just to see if you can. It's very bright.
Okay. It's like too bright to look at.
Yeah,
20.
as you kind of try, you can discern a couple of bright silver shining stars in the distance that you can see from out the ruin of the tower.
I try to count them.
Looking from this broken section, you can see 2, but it's a very limited angle.
Hmm. Over 13. $850 years. Perrin turns back around to the middle of the room, not that there's anything there.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that well, I'd never really given it thought before, and I grew up believing that you were long dead. I do believe in the value of knowledge, in learning, understanding, though my preference was always history. But then perhaps that's because in my time, history is where you find advances, new discoveries. Because they are all discoveries that have been lost. Magic.
As I was.
I will say magic has never been a particular focus of mine, but knowledge, definitely. If I had known from a young age that you existed, perhaps things would have gone differently.
It is that which draws me. And you walk side by side with my champion. Yes, I made him my champion.
You saved his life.
I did.
And from my perspective, put him on a very positive path.
The path he chose is his own.
Yes, but you gave him the path to walk. You gave him the ability to choose it.
I made him aware of paths that he could already plow himself.
Perhaps that's a better way of putting it.
People just need the veil pulled from their eyes to new possibilities.
Outside, you can see an inn. Blue-scaled figure walking back and forth. Yes, Perrin. Where he went to bed early, Arena. I'm going to order fish. Door slams outside somewhere. And you realize you're kind of watching it from a weird angle. Almost like you're looking kind of up at the ceiling and trying to peer sideways, but you have a very flat perspective.
looking at that, thinking. I will say, I appreciate your offer. And I think I must say this here and now before I risk saying it anywhere else. Your power is spread thin as it is. I believe you deserve to live and you deserve to be restored as much as we can do that, as much as anyone can. But you don't need to lend me your power for me to seek out that goal. Best use it elsewhere. And I can derive my power from a being that has some to spare and still serve your interests. I'm not rejecting your beliefs, but rather thinking about it tactically. Focus your efforts on the few places you can.
You are right, Perrin. I should. Yes, I will save what strength I have. Once I am done with being separate, I will thank you for your advice to my fractured self.
And if it is of any value to you, some perspective from someone up to date on the situation on the mortal plane, the larger parts of you, of which I would imagine there are 12 or perhaps 13, I think for now, they must remain in place. I don't know what would happen without them. I fear what would.
As you're saying this, you can kind of see that everything's beginning to lens. Everything seems like tunnel vision, like it's definitely getting further away. It's stretching as you're trying to continue that conversation.
But I hope the time may come where you can be whole again, without anyone suffering for it.
As you finish that, connection kind of snaps. And you find yourself twisting very quickly, a little bit dizzy, everything blurs. And then you are in a city. Metropolis, bustling. People are going to and fro, pushing past you. Completely oblivious to you, other than the fact that you're kind of in the way, and several of them kind of shove you. A lot of them have to weave around you. There's noises, sounds. You can hear mechanical sounds, multiple sources nearby.
Initially, Perrin tries to recognize, is this a city I know? Is this near the Erathis or something? And then
Make a history roll.
And then hearing those noises is like, wait. $20.
This probably a pre-cataclysm city.
It's kind of
Probably from the Golden Straits, like that trade area near the sea.
Is the Golden Straits the old name for the Grey Straits?
Mm-hmm. Because of the value of the trade that we used to go through there.
Hmm. Yeah, it's kind of a wide-eyed recognition from Perrin as he kind of looks around and starts to try and take things in.
Okay.
Is all,
No
like,
one is bustling you anymore.
Is it
You're,
like
just
is
standing
everyone in
there.
like suits and stuff, or like?
Yeah, there's quite a few people in suits, and like they've stopped bustling you, and they're now kind of walking up and down near some buildings on each side of you.
The Perrin's just like sort of amazed.
As you look
looking
up,
at
there's
the building.
kind of like 3 orbs in kind of a block, and one of them is red, goes out, and one of them that's green, goes on. Get out of the road!
I spin around, and is there a strange looking cart coming at me?
He has a really strange looking cart. It's got no horse.
I jump out of the way and I just kind of watch it in fascination.
Okay, you jump out the way. Make me a dexterity saving throw.
Awkward moment when you get run over in a dream space. 14.
Yeah, you dodge backwards, and as you dodge backwards into the other lane of traffic, you narrowly kind of see a car coming. You place your hand on the bonnet and kind of spring yourself over the top onto the other side of it, landing, having gone over a lane of traffic in the process as cars go past you, and someone shouts, "Wanker!"
Just gonna kind of just make sure I'm way off the road.
As you back up against the building, kind of not certain, a figure in a suit kind of stops in front of you, looks at this kind of weird sundial on their wrist, and she looks up at you. And you see the one side of the face that she kind of looks at you through. It's kind of slightly made up, slightly haughty looking, and hair falling down one side. And there's a very elegant, kind of crafted porcelain steel mask over the other side of the face.
Right. Perrin, shall we do this again?
Ah. Of course.
Come on, time is money, dear. Shall we walk and talk?
Alright.
Come on, I'll buy you a coffee.
I will start walking.
We didn't have the best of conversations last time.
That's definitely true.
You deserved everything you got. But you no longer have that side of me in your heart anymore. True? Yes or no?
Well, I think I learned that I had some misconceptions.
Everyone does, darling. You realize them is the difference. Less awkward pauses, more talking. We have only a limited amount of time here.
Forgive me if I feel I need to choose my words carefully.
Good boy, he does indeed learn. Okay, take your time. Your point is well made.
If I accept your power, will it be in a different form because this is the face you show me? I suppose the power is power.
Yes. That is the miracle of the towers. Power is power. But I am willing to offer you your power in the blade. That is acceptable to me. You use it for good reasons, and I am willing to back that. I'm not willing to accept your devotion. Not that you would give it to me anymore. But you seem to go the right route. And no, I'm not getting rid of that symbol on you. You earned that.
As I now understand, my idea of vengeance isn't the same as yours. I would make choices that you would disagree with.
Yes, that is true. But better to have a player in the game than to have none. We almost make compromises, dear. You weren't my first choice either, but you are what I have. Strange times, strange bedfellows, yada yada yada, as the metaphors go. What do you want?
As you've been talking, you find you've kind of wandered into a cafe. This kind of green signage. It's got a symbol of Erathis in her guise of civilization, not vengeance. Both sides are exactly the same. Each holding like a coffee cup, kind of in white on a green background.
Your choice.
Fine. I'll treat you like the basic bitch you are. Pumpkin spice latte for him. I'll have an Ursuline Nakano.
Two coffees. Hands you one.
I'll take it. I'll take a sip.
Does Perrin like pumpkin spice latte?
I imagine...
Not a question I thought I'd ever ask, but here we are.
I'm imagining that, as someone living in, you know, a fantasy world, drinking a sci-fi or modern world drink, it's probably, like, too sweet and, like, too processed and, like, it's
like,
too
wow, how
good.
much money do they have? There's so much spice in this.
It's like, it's too good, it's too perfect, and that feels weird.
Yeah. As you lower the cup, though, there's a really kind of plush wooden desk in front of you. Some strange kind of devices on top of it. She's in a chair on the other side, and there's this huge panoramic view. Somehow you're in the top of a tower block.
Does this look like the place I met Erathis last?
Quite similar, yeah. You can kind of see... Make a perception check.
15?
You can
You're getting
kind of
better.
see like a weird... It's kind of like shaking in the background, in the really far distance. Kind of on the edge of the city, the mountains almost.
Last time I was here, you presented me with what I think was a test.
Everything is a test, darling. Life is a test. It determines where you go afterwards. Every interaction is a test. The question is, who's judging you?
You asked me what I saw when I looked out that window.
Okay.
I said desolation. I think what you wanted was for me to be angry.
You do learn quick, don't you?
There's a problem with the test, though.
Is this the point where you're going to say something's less than perfect again? Careful.
As far as the histories I learned teach me, and Perrin nods to the window, that world destroyed itself. In such a case, there is no one to avenge. Just sorrow at what was lost.
How are you presenting that? Are you presenting it as like a persuasive argument? Are you presenting it as like a powerful oration? Or are you presenting it more so like, how are you spinning that?
I think to a certain degree he's trying to defend himself, like, you know, being like, that's why I said what I said, and that's, you know, like... But at the same time, it's also trying to be like... There's an element of... How was I supposed to get that right?
Okay. Roll... I'm gonna say... Are you proficient in insight?
Yes.
Roll charisma and then add your proficiency modifier to it.
Okay.
This is a charisma insight, effectively.
That would be a 12.
12.
Oh dear.
And you were doing so well this time. That world, as you point out the window and you sweep your hand back and forth, that world destroyed itself. Really? How far are you going to sweep that arm? Over all of Ursuline? Over this city? Over this building? Did they all destroy themselves? Every man, woman, child, person, dog, cat, mouse, worm. Did they all destroy themselves?
I don't know.
That is a better answer. Acknowledging your own ignorance. That world is an awfully large area for you to point at and say it destroyed itself. It was destroyed. Mostly. Maybe part of it destroyed itself. Maybe someone. Or maybe, as you say, they all destroyed themselves. But you take such a large philosophical brush and tar them all. If this is a test, you've only scored slightly higher than last time. Try again. One last chance for old time's sake. What do you see when you look out that window, Perrin Valderel?
Since we last met, I think I've come to understand how I differ from you. I had a uninformed belief in who you were and what you stood for.
Do go on.
I understood that there was a god named Erathis, and she was the goddess of civilization and had adopted vengeance. I never really fully understood why. I suppose I'm gaining a better understanding now. And again, there's a nod to the window. But I hadn't considered what vengeance is, what it means. I wanted vengeance because the things I loved were hurt. When I lost my first home, I wanted to hurt the man who had allowed it to happen, who had set in motion the events that had taken it away from me and my family. When I lost my second home, I wanted to hurt an entire nation. I wanted to hurt its leader for what I had seen them do to my people and to the city I'd come to love. My vengeance was born from love. Because there were things that I loved that I lost. They were hurt or damaged or taken away. I wanted to destroy those who had done that to them and to me. But some time ago, I was presented with an opportunity to hurt those that had taken my city from me and from so many others. But to do it would have been to destroy a huge portion of it, risk destroying all of it. I tried to walk some kind of middle road, but in the end I tried to stop it. I could have let it happen, I could have assisted, I could have tried to ensure it happened. But I wasn't willing to destroy my home in order to hurt those who had taken it. And I thought that I still wanted vengeance. I thought that I still wanted to avenge what was lost, but I wasn't willing to hurt what was left to do that. And as I learned in our last meeting, I guess that's not vengeance. I look out of this window and I see what was. I know what is. And I understand that there is a crime that has been committed. I don't know its specifics. I don't even fully understand who, though I can guess. It is wrong. And whoever did it, they should suffer. But I suppose I believe they should suffer in equal measure to the suffering they did, and that they must not do so at the cost of more damage to the things that you love. And as far as I understand, that means I still failed the test.
Are you trying to persuade a god?
In the end, I'm saying I fail. So...
Make a performance roll then. It's a powerful oration.
Like, he's not trying to, he's not trying to, reverse psychology it. He's not saying, you should say I pass. He's saying, no, I do fail. Natural 20.
That was not quite the question I asked, was it?
I suppose it was a longer answer than you were asking for.
I did say time was of the essence. At least your time was spent well. You may have failed the question. But for now, let's say you've passed the interview. If you want, I will be your patron.
She peels the mask down. And she's a much more gaunt side of her face. The hair kind of shaved back.
I will be your patron from both sides. When you swing that sword, you will swing it for civilization and vengeance in equal measure, if, I guess you wish, for what was lost, and for what could have been. In spite of you giving up your devotion, do with that what you will.
I don't swing the sword anymore.
Yes, that hammer. It's a metaphorical blade, dear.
I know.
The offer stands. If you so wish. And if you wish to be the paladin of civilization, give me a call. We can talk. Though you'll have to make it up to me. I know I'm stretching the bounds. So, yes. If you want, I will be your patron.
Thank you for your offer.
One, I'm guessing you will not take up. Disappointing. But it is an offer made for reconciliation. Perhaps reconciliation over what he said in this conversation, not elsewhere.
Did she say
There
you
are-
or he? There. This is me asking you. I'm not. This isn't Perrin saying that. It sounded like she said he rather than
Maybe.
you.
Quite possibly.
Perrin doesn't say
You're
anything.
free to go.
Yeah, Perrin doesn't say anything. But he definitely notices that. And he definitely has some ideas. Maybe momentarily kind of... His eyes like if Erathis looks in a particular direction, Perrin's eyes dart that way for a moment before he fixes them.
No,
back.
it's private, dear. There are rules in this place. And those rules have power of their own. But no, it is private. What is said here is ours. One of the reasons you can be a little bit... You can get away with being you. Let's just say that.
One thing I can never be is not me.
She places the steel mask back on.
Tell that to the next one.
Your chair falls backwards.
This is just long enough for Perrin to be like, huh? Before like, whoa.
And you get that like whoop sensation in your stomach. And that sensation kind of stays there for a little while before you find yourself, I think I have the music still. Yeah. In a pit. There's a crowd around you. Some of them are holding like firebrands. Some of them are holding very pointed knives, spears. A couple of them throw like rocks that land near you. And I need to do a quick voice changeover. Hold 1 second.
And Perrin sort of looks around at this and has some ideas. There's definitely a look in his eyes like, is this who I think it is?
Perrin, I
Oh,
am the great mighty Rakdos.
oh okay. It is.
You have come to me. I will be your patron, and you will crush, you will defeat your enemies in my name.
Perrin smirking.
What you smile for, child? Do my games not amuse you?
Games are all you have.
An odd reaction. Perhaps I will not be your patron. Perhaps I will crush you with my might. No.
This figure grows, fire leaps from their arms and across their head, horns sprout down, their skin looks like molten lava.
If you want to play a game and you don't want me to have a part of your power, go play solitaire.
The figure, the world shatters like a stained glass window and freezes. Every single piece of it is now just kind of a white room with the little shards of color kind of hanging all around you. And where Rakdos once was is a figure who looks like a kind of human illusion of Rakdos, the kind of man in the bowler hat that you met. But the coat kind of flickers that he wears. And occasionally you get the sense that it is kind of a patchwork quilt of different colors.
Well, that is a bit disappointing. But you did an awful good job there. What gave it away?
Could have delivered it better. I didn't know this was going to happen. Rakdos is dead.
It's a problem with someone's identity. It's always easy to steal it when they're dead.
So,
Don't look at me like that. I'm not using it anymore.
I suppose it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
You're a long way from your tower.
Oh my.
Though I suppose
Someone has
sometimes...
been doing some digging.
Sometimes you're a short distance. I suppose.
We're always a long distance from a tower when we're in here, boy. Don't worry. So, two things already you've dropped in this conversation that not many people know. You're even more interesting than I thought. And then again, your friend Skith was rather interesting. I even cheated at that game and he still won.
I wouldn't ask you to do a rematch. Best to quit while you're ahead.
Well, tempting. But instead, I could back a winner. So, what made you choose my tower in the first place?
No offense, but it was there. Which I think is the idea.
Oh, it is. And that's the correct answer. You tried to butter me up with something pretentious or precocious. Nah, I'd like that too, don't worry. Only if you could pull it off well.
This is perhaps a foolish question considering, but
All questions are.
what is it that you want? What
What I want.
interests do you want advancing by lending me power?
You.
Why do you care about me?
Oh, well. You, in a kind of statistical sense. You are the counterbalance.
Against what?
Oh. Thought you were going to impress me again there.
I'm
Go
not
on,
going to
have a
spill
shot.
my guts in front of you. I'll tell you what I know about you.
Sure, that would be fun. I can lend you a knife.
I'll tell you what I know about you. What I know about other things, I'll keep to myself unless we're in some kind of working relationship.
Okay, keep your legs crossed. Right. So, tell me, what is different about this tower?
Traveling towel.
And it just starts changing between different ones, and it keeps moving around his hand.
It doesn't stay in one place, and it never looks like itself, if there is an itself to look like.
Is a true answer, but it's not a good answer.
It's a boring one, factual.
Oh, come on, you're more interesting than that. Give me something. Come on.
It's a chaotic element. It flies in the face of the rest of the system.
Better answer, but now you're just kind of brushing my ego, which, don't get me wrong, I love. But what does it mean to the system?
It means
How does it change it?
It means anyone has a chance.
Bingo. And you're anyone. No offense.
It did set me on this path. It set a few others on their paths too, good and bad, which I suppose is the point.
Let's just say, I've got a thing for underdogs. True randomness means that everyone, on average, is the same shot. And in your world, that's not always true. So consider this balancing the scales.
It's a start. But unless every tower did it, the system will always be unfair.
Oh, well, by all means, Perrin Velderel, Godslayer, feel free to conquer me the other towers, and together we will have a truly random system. Or is that not what you meant?
I said it was a start. It's not a bad thing.
Well, if you do fancy launching a crusade of tower conquering, hit me up. I'm happy with my start for now.
Does that even work? Could you make another tower teleport?
Ooh. Now you're asking really interesting questions. I would definitely like to tell you, but I'm definitely not going to. Maybe.
It's usually how it goes when I ask the good questions.
Pretty much. Strangely, you didn't ask the obvious one.
Is it obvious?
Can you conquer a tower? You didn't ask that.
Ah. It's
Why,
been
pray
done
tell?
once, right?
Oh. What? A Raven Queen?
Perhaps it was a roundabout way, I don't know the details.
Killing a god. Bit different from conquering a tower. It's more like killing a farmer and then saying you bought the farm. Just because it just happened to come into your possession because the farmer died.
If you want more good questions that you won't answer, can you destroy a tower?
Ooh. Careful. You really do ask some saucy questions.
I hear there used to be 13. So unless there's one hiding, sounds like you can.
That is a common folktale. No points just mentioning that, I guess.
Maybe a question you can answer.
Alright.
Why do you leave yours?
Because being in a tower for quite a lot of time, in a stagnant system, which, as you say, is only a start, does tend to get a little bit repetitive.
What's the value in setting up shop on an old ruin off the coast of Ursulane? What can you achieve there?
Doesn't necessarily need to be about the end, don't get me wrong. It's about breaking the monotony.
More about the journey than the destination.
Quite. And your journey was definitely broken by it.
I suppose if any god were to approve of their herald running off and doing his own business, it would be yours.
Maybe. So, beside you, Arena, Gatton, Skith, all down this path. Where does it go? Now I get to ask the hard questions.
It's true. The tower set is on this path. I don't know if you sent it, or whether I'm just a result of the randomness coming to fruition.
Make a perception roll.
— 17.
Only because it's not really being deliberately hidden or anything like that. But you notice a very familiar ring on his hand.
What kind of ring?
Kind of chunky, kind of gold looking one. Crystal in the top.
What kind of crystal?
It's a bit of an inner glow to it. It's kind of hard to see though from, only 17. And hands move very quickly. It looks familiar. You probably recall seeing it, but it was broken when you saw it. Last time you saw it, Rendry had it.
So is that ruin by Ursulane where you spend all your time, or do you still travel?
Gotta get out about.
Perrin's thinking, like, is he Rendry? Does he know Rendry? Like, that might explain more adequately why Rendry's base is made of a gold door.
So, where are you going? Where's this path go?
Well, you'll be glad to hear that my path probably keeps going all over the world.
Oh, I know that.
And I do intend on defying odds as much as possible, but then who doesn't?
Are you gonna try and visit all the towers?
I don't know
A
about all.
true traveler.
Do I get a prize?
Oh, well, I can't exactly promise you anything of that in here.
In here.
can't also intimate anything like that here, unfortunately. But going a few different places is good. You tend to pick up a few different things here and there. Plus, when people do come visiting the tower, you can pick up some very interesting items. No questions.
Do you know I know your name?
Alright, go for it.
Heard it from an old friend of yours. Secondhand.
You heard it secondhand, or the friend is secondhand?
I heard it secondhand. Well, I believe he's
Right.
close to you.
I couldn't possibly guess what you're meaning at.
Thought you'd appreciate poor attempt at a riddle.
Couldn't possibly imagine what you mean. Sorry, Perrin.
I'll consider your offer. I do appreciate that, to some greater or lesser degree, you or your principals set me on this path. And, bits of trickery aside, you generally helped us, I think.
Oh, you can't set aside the bit of trickery that was integral to helping you.
I suppose in your case it has to be.
Of course. Disappointed you didn't go for one of my... let's just say, disciples. The rhino fella.
What did he say?
The rhino fella.
Of all of them? Him?
You didn't get the whole dice thing. Chance supporting the underdog.
Suppose it makes sense.
Well, you really could do with an education in religion, I guess. And I'm definitely not one to give you one.
I've been getting quite an education in religion recently. Turns out my knowledge was quite spotty. It's somewhat embarrassing.
True. That's it. You've been making up for it recently. You've been going places, making friends, talking to powerful individuals. I hear even the great Lioness of the Marin Empire likes you.
He does seem to have taken an interest in me. Not sure what to make of it, to be honest.
Well, I guess I'll let you get back to it. I'll be around if you want to take a chance on me.
I'll consider your offer.
answer. You can do better than that. Go on.
Well, would you like me to decide on a coin flip?
Actually, that wouldn't be bad, but I'll consider your offer. Who do you think I am? Come on. Put some life into it, some gusto. Maybe tell me that I'm your first choice, your only love, and I will definitely be your patron, but you just need to talk to some of these others.
I would consider that to be insulting. I'll be honest.
Exactly.
I intend to consider it. I'm not going to say no. I'm not going to say yes. I don't know yet.
I can appreciate that. There's a certain amount of bullshit mixed in there. And with truth and lies. Good combination. Well, I do hope we meet again.
I think you'll appreciate
Enjoy.
this. Good luck to you.
Nah. That one I do. May your luck swing both ways. May you never roll a 3 and a 4. Live in interesting times, Perrin. I'll see you around.
Perrin nods.
All the shards kind of fall. Darkness falls down. We go to break.
All right.
We're not even halfway done. No,
Am I-
we are exactly
Yeah,
halfway done, I think.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah.
Feels like halfway. Oh boy. Alright, see you in 8
I'm
minutes.
tempted to put up a poll during the break to be like, who do you think Perrin should pick? Or who would you pick? And then we can be like, who do you pick out of the first 5? And then who do you pick out of the next 5? And then head to head. Right. Enjoy the poll. I'll
Doing
put
a
that up in the
tournament
break.
bracket.
Yeah, exactly. No, it'd just take too long doing knockouts. But there we go. 2 polls and then knockout.
Alright, see you after break.
Welcome back. So, I guess as you plunge into darkness, let's have a look. What music do I have for this? Ooh, there we go. Perfect. Flames burst into being around you, casting light, which you don't need. As you can see, at the end of a room, large pillars, a throne, and standing in front of it, walking towards you, is a reddish-colored figure in a long, kind of elaborate robe with gold on it. You see rings of gems, a staff, short kind of rod of black kind of metal in one hand. He twirls gently as he walks.
Perrin, it has been a while since we last talked.
Does Perrin recognize this person? I'm guessing it's Asmodeus?
It is indeed! Ruler of the Nine Hells.
It has been a while.
How have things been for you?
Did get that message from you more recently.
From me?
So we thought.
Not exactly the most subtle of agents, but they get things done.
They were invaluable.
I'm glad you think so. Otherwise, I don't know if we'd be having this discussion. Which, I guess, brings us to this. Your last patron went missing. Really? A demon?
Power is power.
An interesting point. And if I offer you power?
You offered me once before. A lot has changed since then.
It has indeed.
I have seen and learned much. I had 6 levels then, 12 now. But the last 6 have been considerably more eye-opening than the first.
So you're liking Warlock more than you liked Paladin?
It's not about what form the power takes, it's about what doors it has opened.
Warlock was designed to open more doors. Paladin tends to smash them.
Either way you get through it.
The difference is what you can do with that door afterwards. I tend to believe having more options is better.
Perrin glances down at the floor in here. What does it look like? I know this is a random question, just follow me on it.
Black marble with gold inlay.
Is it like just a single piece, or is it like tiles?
Very large tiles. Really large. Like, these tiles would probably weigh a ton at least each.
Okay. Is Perrin stood in the middle of one?
Yeah.
Since the last time we met, I've been around long enough to recognize some things. I've begun to recognize the fact that I am a pawn in the games of others. I've started to notice the strings connected to people, myself included, pulled by various different forces, interests. I found myself to be moved, sometimes against my will, maybe sometimes persuaded that it is my will to be moved. And Perrin, like, steps forward into the middle of the next tile. I have followed some of those strings. They've been guiding my life from the beginning. Maybe initially without much design, but as time goes on, the influences have become more clear. I've seen quite a few of your strings, I think. Do you really need any more people with your power than you already have? It seems like a pretty good selection. What difference am I going to make?
As I said, options. And for what it's worth, I don't see you as a pawn. You're definitely a knight. You go strange places, and that can be valuable.
What is it that you want? What interest would you desire me to be furthering?
Where you're going seems more than adequate to me. Anything further, and we could, of course, discuss it another time. But your current trajectory puts you on course to collide with a few things that need to be collided with.
You want to make sure these things go your way.
I want to make sure that you collide with them hard. And it's not just my way. It's the world's way. You might not believe me, but I have Illyria's best interests at heart.
What are Illyria's best interests?
To survive.
Was it in Illyria's best interests for Near-Death to fall to the Lumarian Empire?
What do you think? You ask me a lot of questions. Quite impertinent normally, but I guess we're in a rare situation today. What do you think?
When I was younger, I only saw it from my perspective.
Yes, you were little and small and weak and had no world experience. We know where you came from. What about now?
Now I have to assume it's part of the game. But I don't know enough of the board to know what it achieves. And I still don't like it.
This is why I offered you patronage in the first place. Because you have potential. I saw in you potential. mere fact we're talking here today, after all you have done, after a raid on a steel bear moth, after everything else, you have potential. And the more you see of the board, the more you will understand. I do not know if you can grasp it yet. But maybe one day you will be ready. You have promise, Perrin Valderel. Much promise. I will give you power. And of course you can do with that power what you would. I give you power because where you're going, you'll need it. And as I've already proved to you, I would like your group to stay going in that direction. Last time I gave you an ally. This time I'm willing to give you more directly.
How do I know that in the end your plans align with my principles?
Quite frankly, you know enough of the board to know that I could be lying and it wouldn't matter. So, let's be frank. It wouldn't matter. You would have the power. You know the terms of the contract. It's your power to take. It is mine to give. I have no sway over that. I can influence you not one bit through the power.
But the strings are there.
The strings are there with everyone. And you, as you said, are going to be seeing me soon. And we have already done business and had a contract. I proved to hold up my end. You are the one yet to hold up yours.
I intend to, when you call upon us.
And mine has been proven, yours has not. And still I offer you this. I offer you patronage. Not from one of my lieutenants, not from one of my generals. I offer you patronage myself. And you can do with that power what you will. Quite frankly, the power could come from someone else, but I think it's important with what is to come. You need every edge you can get. And I'm willing to give you that edge, because the big plays will need Dragon Punch. Quite an apropos name, considering what I have planned for you.
I would need to know what you stand for. But you're too good at lying.
I think I will take that as a compliment.
It was intended as one.
In which case, look to your books, look to your religion, look to the basic tenets. I might lie, but I'm never untruthful when it counts. If I make a pact, I will hold to the terms.
Oh, I know. I know if we make an agreement for you to give me power, you will give it. The problem is knowing where you stand, and what your plan is. And why would you reveal that to me?
Why would you even ask such things? I'm not asking you what your plan is. Why you've shattered so many swords, why your arm seems to have its own sentience, why you now wield a hammer of legend.
A series of strange coincidences.
Why you hang out with the granddaughter of a god killer. Why you hang out with the scion of a powerful house from the satrapy. One whose magical cloak has not been seen in many hundreds of years. Why he now has the smell of ancient magic about him. Why, many things. And those are yours. I do not ask you about them. If you wish, I can, but I would not want you to lie so wholly. But you are poor only by my standards. And that's quite a compliment. You're almost as good as your friend Skith. You know the value of lies. They can be used for good as well.
That is true.
And yet, you come here, tainted by the notion that every playwright, poet, and bard seems to have, which is that your choice as a warlock taints you in some way. Only if you go into it with your eyes closed, and your eyes are open more than most, as you say. You can see the board.
To me, the choice matters in what it represents, about what I stand for. I know that power is power, but it means something to me who I choose. If it didn't, what would be the point of this whole endeavor?
The power is important because of its origin to you. And what of that hammer you wield?
That I'm still trying to work out.
Then feel free to work out our relationship, Perrin. The power I give you will be power as to you and yours. It will have no strings. If you wish to get wrapped up in strings, then we'll be talking soon enough anyway. I am here because you need every edge. I, more than most, know where you're going. Trust me. Or don't. But you know how perilous the path you walk is. And you only know the first part of that path. This is only the part where I offer you riches, kingdoms, etc. But we can't do that here, can we?
Thank you for the offer.
Disappointing. Bear it in mind. If you know not yet what you will be facing, you should.
I think I do.
Then, Let me leave you with a thought. Do you really think the gods, and especially myself, would entrust a plan to one person, one failsafe, and not have some memory stored elsewhere? Not all of us were naive enough to forget everything. I know where you're going, Perrin. You need my help. We'll talk soon. Flames go out. Darkness closes.
Perrin once again thinks to himself, he knows.
You're in a tunnel. It's a long, underground, rocky tunnel.
Is there anything in here? Is it
Check.
built or dug?
Oh. I guess this is.
I don't know if I should have been using my ability this whole time. I felt like maybe it wouldn't be right in like God created structures. Really, they can make whatever they like. I imagine.
True.
I got an 18
And it's based on.
perception.
Put it this way, your ability is just a carte blanche, and I'd be like, in this case, I'd normally be like, with what you know combined with 18 perception, this tunnel has been made. It's been dug by a celestial.
Oh,
A god-like celestial.
his parent looks around at this tunnel, sort of thinks for a second, is like, could it be? Gonna turn and look the opposite way down the tunnel, see if anyone's there.
You see someone lying on the floor. Crumpled, kind of like misshapen.
It is. I will approach.
As you go forwards, you can see that this figure's probably a good bit larger than you, but they are malnourished. And you can see that one shoulder is really awkward, like it must be dislocated or possibly broken. The arm is bent backwards in such a way that the elbow joint must be snapped. The jaw seems to be kind of like off at an angle. There's no nose. One eye is completely bloodshot and swollen. And the legs have been crushed repeatedly. They are shattered and mangled. And one foot is just a bloody stump.
Perrin Veldel, wielder of my hammer.
Torok. I wasn't sure if it would be possible to reach you.
Not many do.
The legends give only a vague indication of what happened to you.
Yes. Your legends. I hear the whispers occasionally. I do not venture to your surface.
If I may, I wish to understand what you stand for, what you represent, what this hammer represents.
That hammer. I forged that. I made that. In the very early days. Before I came to this place.
They call you the King of Jailers.
I was and torturous.
What are you now?
Still here. My tunnels I built, I cut, I dug with my own hands while fighting the serpent. And here I remain. I did not retreat from this world like those others. I will not make a prison of myself like they did.
You made a sacrifice.
How? How did I make a sacrifice?
You fought, you suffered to defeat your foe, to imprison them. The serpent.
I destroyed the serpent for what it did to me.
What did it do to you?
This, you fool. It reduced me to this. I am in pain. I am suffering. I cannot walk. I crawl because of it, because of the machinations of it and its leader. I was distracted. I knew what would come, and I was led astray into the dark places of the world and betrayed. I could have averted it all.
Betrayed by who?
Their leader.
What do you want now?
What do I want? What do I want?
You offer me power. I believe that puts us in some form of allegiance.
I want to bind and chain the one who did this. I want to ensnare them. I want to reap their skin from their bones. I want them to suffer for aeons until there is nothing left. I want them to fade into nothingness.
Do you know their name?
Do I know the name? Yes, of course I know. When she died, I remembered instantly, because I am stuck regenerating wounds I cannot heal. I resist. I survive. I remember all that is pain and that betrayal. Yes, I remember those dawn.
Then our interests are aligned.
That is why I am here. That hammer. It calls. It has a link. It has a bond. A spark, an essence, however minuscule. It recognizes a jailer, and only a jailer may wield it. You might have failed in your previous role, but you are still seeking, and now that merely makes you a warden wishing to find and imprison their prey once more. It finds you worthy for good cause.
Regardless of the choice I ultimately make, I will wield this hammer in your name. And I will try and not only do whatever little I can to help re-imprison he which is attempting to break free, and also to try and undo the damage done by my last failure. If I even can.
I spent time and energy helping that one modify the sword that you so foolishly broke.
I broke it only out of ignorance for its true purpose. I was attempting to imprison. I was unfortunately not informed. Instead, I broke the prison. I still think about that momentary choice I made. What would have happened if I had been smarter?
You were tricked and betrayed. And the prison was broken because of it. Something I understand.
I thank you for your offer of power. I was afraid of the potential that you might have been lost. The legends, they were vague.
We are all lost in the dark. Some of us just don't know it.
Now that I have met you, now I understand your perspective. I hope to better represent you in my wielding of the hammer.
Do so and make it hurt. The initial prison I devised was a masterpiece, and I made sure that it would cause unimaginable suffering to Tharizdun, as they deserve.
I will consider your offer. I still have more to come, I think. I'm not sure.
There is always more. Thanks to the war. We will meet again soon. Perhaps when you need to realize the full potential of that hammer. If not before.
Tunnel begins to kind of fold, almost like it's spiraling in upon itself, and you fall away, the crumpled figure in front of you staying there, almost like they're fixed, like gravity works differently for them. As you fall down this spiral, you land on a soft, forgiving kind of cushion of air. A cloud.
Look around me. Am I in the sky?
You are indeed. You see in front of you kind of brilliantly built castle of kind of almost slightly metallic white. It's just kind of off. With glimmering golden roofs. Minarets that go on up and up until they go through another cloud.
So it's emerging from the clouds and then passing up into more clouds. Okay, it's not a floating castle. Well, it might be, but it looks like it's on the ground. Just can't see the ground.
No, it begins on this cloud.
Oh, okay, it is a floating castle. All right.
Oh yeah, it's a floating castle, yeah.
Cool. Cloud castle. All right. Unexpected. Perrin is definitely curious about this. Like,
Not
does
that
this
one.
look like something that could exist in these times, or does it look like it's maybe some ancient or non-existent thing?
Ancient and resistant, maybe highly magical. Maybe something that could exist on maybe like the plane of air if someone put an outpost there. Again, it would have to be highly magical. Like you're imagining like some sort of 9th level wizard. 9th level spell casting wizard, not 9th level wizard. In times gone past kind of thing. Like that is kind of where you're at.
Right, it's like something that may have once existed, or otherwise is simply, like an imagination of a being.
Mm-hmm. Let me see if I can find the correct light for this. I'm trying to match my light to it. That'll do.
Perrin, welcome.
Rising out from the cloud. A gigantic, bright silver dragon.
Is it just?
Who you literally saw a few hours ago.
Yeah, it's like.
It is Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon. In all his majesty. Cloud trailing as he emerges.
Ah. I suppose this was a necessary step even after our meeting.
Of course. So, you have discussed with many people already. How are you doing?
It's a lot. I have been through this process once before, and then I spoke to a few gods, but speaking to this many gods in this short a time is
Weird.
pretty overwhelming. And weird, yes.
Understandable. People tend to be overwhelmed just by meeting me alone. You've had a long day. Come. We can walk around the cloud tops where we discuss.
And like looks down at the cloud and then like takes a step, a little tentative, like testing how this works.
It's a bit weirdly kind of springy, almost like really solid mud with a kind of bit of bounce in it, but it works.
I will start walking.
So, my lady bid that I come talk to you.
Don't take this the wrong way. It's just a matter of curiosity. Why does she not visit me herself?
We had already talked, and only one of us could realistically offer you patronage.
I see.
And you still have an unfulfilled place in your soul. I cannot fill that.
Part of me hoped I'd have an opportunity for conversation. Though I suppose you can speak on matters related to Iomedae.
I can speak on many. And in some ways I can speak on more. I am in a rare position of being older.
True. How unusual a situation.
I'm glad you can appreciate it.
I spent all my life believing in a god. I believed in Erathis, goddess of civilization and vengeance. And then I had the unexpected development of meeting Erathis, goddess of vengeance and civilization.
Things have changed.
It's a small distinction in certain ways, but at the same time I feel it means everything.
There is an old saying that comes to mind. Although, these days, it is somewhat different. These days, I believe you refer to it as never meet your heroes. It used to be never meet your gods.
I have
In
generally
simpler times.
found that whenever I've met my heroes, things have not gone well for me. Usually associated with a major upheaval in my life.
And how has it affected you? How do you look upon that now?
Well, I realized the god I thought I believed in either no longer exists or perhaps never existed. My idea of vengeance is apparently less extreme than I imagined it to be. So, I find myself asking, what is justice? It's the other side of the coin. But am I on a side of the coin?
What is justice? That is a question that many civilizations have stumbled over, dealt with in many times poorly. Tell me, what is justice if someone picks a pocket? Say they were to steal 5 gold from you. What is justice then?
My choice in that situation would be catch them, have them return the 5 gold, and then perhaps return more gold, or maybe be imprisoned for some time to make up for the effort and damage done by the act. Undo the direct harm of the gold stolen, and then...
And how much would you fine them? How long would you imprison them for? What is the point?
I don't know. Maybe I would have them pay an extra 5 gold. And then that gold would go to, I don't know, the poor, I suppose. If we're building a justice system, I suppose we'll work out where it's needed.
And if someone stole 5 gold from you, what would be vengeance in that situation?
I suppose cutting off the hand?
You still actually think of vengeance slightly as justice. Vengeance is personal. It is how it makes a difference to you, or possibly
to society. By cutting off a hand, it relates to the act, but not how it made you feel, or how it impacted you.
I suppose the extreme end of the spectrum, perhaps the end that I am not honoring, would be killing the person. But I can't imagine how that would be reasonable. And if that was to be how I took vengeance, the family of that person, they would surely then have the right to seek vengeance against me.
All good points. Now, back to justice, and if someone stole 5 gold from you, and you say the justice is that they have 5 gold fined from them, or possibly imprisoned, what if that person had no money to their name, and they stole 5 gold because they needed money to eat?
I see. I suppose you would have them return the 5 gold. The person that they took it from should probably have it back, unless you introduce a new element on that side of it. But then perhaps you ensure that the thief gets some food, maybe a bed, maybe you try and find work for them.
But are you then rewarding theft?
You're greasing the squeaky wheel, it's true. You wouldn't do the harm. But then, yes, they do get something good out of it. That good might then lead them to do good themselves.
So, I ask you, what is the point in justice? Why? What does justice mean? What does it stand for? What is its purpose? As different from vengeance?
I suppose it's about being fair. Trying to do the best thing? Or at least the right thing?
Those are very subjective. Every society has their own view on fair and best and right.
Is there an objective form? Is there a law that is just right?
Some would say.
It sounds like
Difference.
subjectivity to me.
Touché. The difference is justice works for the society. What might be just in one case might not be in others. It does involve discretion on the part of those judging. And there is certainly amount of subjectivity in that. But ultimately justice serves to better a society. Justice is more than retribution and vengeance. That is but a small part. Part of it is dissuading people from doing it again. If you see someone punished for thieving by, as you say, cutting off their hand, others will not steal because they'll be afraid of the same. But there is also a third, more compassionate reason. Justice should rehabilitate. As you say, find a better place in society for them. I believe you referred to finding them work, making sure that they then didn't need to steal. And
It's
while
all good speaking in a hypothetical. If you put me in the situation, I don't know what I would do.
you understand, you are only subject to your own biases and positions. Why do you think most societies tend to have impartial judges?
Do they?
That, I guess, is more a question of policy and politics rather than justice. Fair. Is a good point.
I suppose I've believed that justice is a nice idea. But I've seen enough to believe that we don't have it. And maybe we could. But I don't see it. That's why I've always kept my lot in vengeance.
As someone once said, sometimes you should be the change you wish to see in others.
But does that mean I should be judge, jury, and executioner? Because I have been many times over.
Sometimes it is necessary. I have been in the position of general and judge many times. Those are unfortunate realities, as you say. It is why justice is harder to attract people to as a concept. Vengeance is singular. It is straightforward and laser-focused. Perhaps that metaphor doesn't track as well these days. It has an edge like a sword. Simple. Or maybe more like your hammer. Justice. Justice is a tool set. With different weapons for different circumstances. And you have to apply which one is right. You would achieve a better outcome for society overall. Many find vengeance to be a giddy high and then a hollow aftertaste. Justice attempts to make society fairer and better.
Truth is, I feel like I've hardly had any vengeance in the end. I've been offered chances. I've always refused them. Most of the time refused them. The big ones. I think that's what started this whole mess. I hesitated because I felt it wasn't right. I once had a chance to see a man killed who had at one time destroyed my life. But when the time came, the end he was going to suffer was a fate worse than death. So instead I helped him. At the time I thought that I was still obeying the tenets of vengeance, because I thought that you still had to be measured in it. You had to draw a line at how much harm you were willing to do. Since then, I've been asking myself, was it really justice I was looking for? Was death a fair price, but the fate that awaited him too much?
Do you regret the decisions you made, or the fact that you thought about them? Is that what holds you back?
I still don't know if I made the right choice.
Your choices will weigh on your soul. But if I may offer you a couple of words of comfort at the last of our time here. Decisions you made are made. The miracle of mortality is you can only go forwards. Time goes in one way. The decisions you make from here on, those you can change, those you can influence, those you can do differently. You cannot change your past. There will be time for a reckoning with your past, as there is for every mortal. But you shouldn't let it weigh on you to the extent that it destroys your future.
Thank you for this.
I believe I am also meant to say that you should accept my patronage. Choose who you think is best.
I think either way, you're a patron of all three of us already.
I think Erathis has you well covered in that regard. I will have to leave you now. Good luck.
Till we
And
meet again.
Indeed. May the blessing of the Lady of Justice go with you. Seek out one of her places when you next need to unburden your soul. It is not only ancient powerful dragons who can lend you an ear.
Today has definitely proven that.
Don't make a habit of it.
I think I already have.
Nobody's perfect. Don't tell Erathis that. cloud
collapses under you. You start falling into a night sky above the city. You see small fires around, people moving. And suddenly you feel like you can soar. You look back, and these kind of spectral wings, half translucent, of fire radiate out from your back as you're able to glide over the top of the city.
I'll do that. That's awesome. Perrin, have I ever flown? I'm not sure I've ever actually had
I don't
fly
think you
cast on me.
have. You've flown in an airship. That's about it.
Yeah, but like I've never flown under my own power, magical or otherwise. So yeah, this is probably pretty awesome for Perrin.
Let's see.
He's definitely curious though. Like, Siren Ray's already visited me.
A light descends through the clouds overhead. Bright, searing hot, flame and light from an angelic figure with hair of red that glimmers with dancing flame, shining armor that mirrors the light from the city below and the very flame of her hair and her white wings.
Perrin, I am the angel Zariel. I have seen you many times.
Perrin's kind of doesn't have anything to say. Is taken aback.
You have done deeds worthy of your name. You have moved in circles, fought beings, and meddled in affairs that few of your peers would dare deal in. And so I am here.
In the form she's in, is she still recognizable as the Lioness? Like, obviously Perrin knows it's the Lioness, but like, does she seem like she's hiding her nature as the Lioness?
Oh, definitely. Like, their flame around the head and so on casts light in such a way that it is very hard to actually make out any features of the face. The wings are huge angelic wings that, yeah, Lioness definitely doesn't have. Stature's slightly bigger.
Perrin composes himself. Why have you taken an interest in me?
Because of everything you've done for this world. You have fought many battles against foes people know of, such as in Earth, and foes people have little idea of. The Gulthias tree, the demon in the Erathis, in distant lands, a magical duplicate of a powerful wizard. And again,
A repeat performance against zombies in a northerly town. These are but a handful of your deeds. You have done much to protect this world and its people, and you have not asked for anything. Your companions have glory, fame, riches, but you accepted, but you do not wish them. You have not pursued fame like other heroes. You haven't even particularly gone for riches. The room you sleep in is one example. What is it you desire? Because so far, you've been selfless in your acts. And I would lend you my sword. Metaphorically.
I was born into a life of well, a life destined to be dull. I wasn't supposed to do anything or be anything important. But my path was changed against my will by people more powerful than me. They would come and they would turn my world upside down. And I would suffer and I would see others suffer. And then when I was suddenly given power without expectation, I wanted to make sure I didn't do the same. If possible, I wanted to make sure it couldn't be done to other people again. I wanted to oppose tyranny.
A noble goal.
But a foolish one?
I did not say that.
What is it that you want? Not with me, I mean with the world. You say I've done good things. To what end? What world am I helping to build?
One free from zombies for a start. You've been quite expedient at removing that plague. But more than that, where things threaten the societies and civilizations that have become entrenched in this world after what you call capitalism, there are forces at play that would destabilize that. These cities, settlements, towns, people, they live on a knife edge. There are not enough to protect them. especially against what circles. The threats grow, whether they be from the south or from beyond, or from below. You have done well to recognize and to stop. Where you have recognized them, that threat, and where someone else has recognized it and brought it to your attention, you have equally taken it upon yourself. Someone has to be a champion for the people on this side of the ban. Someone has to protect them, where the gods have stepped away, walled themselves off.
Like your god?
I would not speak to you about that. But you recognize the problem that this brings.
There's a question I've been asking for most of my life. The form has changed, the wording has changed. Over time it has boiled down. The question is why? All the things that have happened to me. I've wanted to meet the people who've done them and ask them why. And now I have my answer. Stability.
Why is always a more interesting question than who, how, or when, or what. But while it might be fulfilling, it is often, sadly, a lot more meaningless. Who tells you? Who? What tells you what they are? Where tells you where you can go to find them to change things? And when tells you to act? Why is it intellectual blanket? We all crave why. But when it is time to act, why is often less useful. I would caution you against why.
Why is the driving force behind everything we do?
Why is a reason in the past? Is there something you wish to ask why about Perrin Valderel? Or is it who?
As I said, you answered the question I've been asking all these years. But I have to say, it's ironic. It didn't feel stable to me. But I suppose my quiet life was one small part of the cost for stability.
There is always a cost. Do you think everything you've done, there hasn't been a cost? Just because you've done it on a smaller field, with smaller pieces, you might have still achieved important ends, saved many people. But there will always be people who are worse off. Buildings that might be destroyed, ways of life that are inevitably changed. When you play on a world scale, accidents, mistakes, or even just consequences that are unavoidable end up being much larger.
Well, here I am. The consequence.
You might be a consequence, but you are also someone who might do a lot of good. The things that happen to you are the consequences. Whether you are a consequence or not is yet to be seen.
Don't tell me it was all some big long play. I know I've been
Everything is
positioned.
these days.
I know I've been directed. Certain coincidences aligned.
You are not one to have such an ego.
I'm not saying I did this stuff on purpose. But I've made a
It
number
is-
of mistakes which have definitely helped people I would rather not have helped.
Everyone is playing some game. Everyone has some sort of long purpose. Are you one of them? I cannot tell you. You are certainly not my plan, my long game, my purpose. I believe you to be as you are, one of many thousands of people who just had some terrible, unfortunate things happen to them over and over. And while many of them might have died, or given up, or left, or got lost, or fallen afoul of themselves or others, you just happen to be the one rough gem that wandered into a tower, and then another tower, and then another tower, until you came across the vision of larger forces. Were you used from then on? Have you been directed from then? Almost definitely. But you've done the same. Have you not directed those larger forces? Have you not talked to gods and tried to poke or prod them in certain ways? Tell them certain things? But your origin is nothing to do with me. Not deliberately so.
Intent is not the beginning and end of it. That's the nature of consequences.
Do you know who the King of Near-Death was? You were young.
Honestly, I can't remember.
Neither can most. He was a terrible person.
Then why didn't you just kill him?
For a couple of reasons. Firstly, you make it sound so easy. It was not as easy as when I did it the first time. People seem to learn. Secondly, there is this line of succession. And while he was terrible, there were others around him equally so. Thirdly, you take the head off a snake, what happens to the body? People would tell you it dies, but a civilization does not die because you kill a king. Kings want you to believe that. Those with power then try to take it for themselves. You would have had generals, colonels, majors, captains, nobles, dukes of all stripes and colors vying to take the city. And it would have been a slaughter. Instead, you had a siege. A siege where the king was asked to abdicate. A siege where the king was asked to pay tribute and change his ways. A siege where the king was to be removed. And instead he disappeared. The siege ended up a long, protracted affair because it was attempting to avoid bloodshed. To avoid upsetting the city. These days, walls are not as foolproof as people make them out to be. A siege needn't be a siege, but it was to save the city.
I didn't feel very safe.
Of course you didn't, because it didn't suit those who told you that worldview. It didn't suit those who ran the city. You needed to feel scared so that they could recruit you. You needed to feel scared so that you'd give up all your time to shoring up the defenses. You'd need to feel scared so that you would rip up your own floorboards, your beds, use them to build barricades, give over your cooking pots so that they could be melted down into armor. People did this and more. People starved because they didn't have cooking pots. As simple as that sounds.
What else do you do with an army at the gates?
Talk. Which was my first inclination. Since that was refused, what would you expect?
Can't expect me to believe that what resulted was the minimal necessary amount of bloodshed.
How have you solved your problems so far?
I don't wield a nation.
You just wield something smaller. And your bloodshed is smaller. And your consequences are smaller. And your impact is smaller. But as you gain power, that impact will be larger.
I intend to be different. Maybe not as different as I'd like. But if there is something better, I'd like to be it. And maybe one day I'll come crawling back.
I never expect you to come crawling back, Perrin. I merely wish you to do the good that you continue to do for the people here in this realm, this plane, this world. There are consequences to your actions. You might not see them. You acted in the Beast Isles. Do you think that nothing has happened since then? Hundreds have died in the sheer satrapy because of your actions. That does not necessarily make your actions wrong. From what I understand, you wish to bring about a better change. Overall, maybe there will be less of that tyranny and bloodshed you so abhor.
But how much will you use that to achieve those goals? How much tyranny will you allow so that one day there may be none?
Like I said, the minimal necessary. How much bloodshed will you allow? If you had stayed home, if you hadn't got involved, you would have had no blood on your hands, but instead, hundreds have died in a sheer.
If I'd stayed
People
home, I would be
died.
dead.
And then there would be less blood on your hands. One at the most.
I think you know what my answer is going to be. I
Very
cannot
well.
forget what you did to my home. But I will warn you, be careful about those who whisper in your ear.
You wish to warn me?
I know, big ego.
Yes. You walk a fine line.
I work with what I know.
Well, if you wield such a fine razor, make sure not to cut yourself. You are in good stead in the Marin Empire. It would be bad if that changed. It will not change because of this, might I add.
I suppose I will continue to benefit from the stability.
I'm glad that you can live in such a world where you can benefit from the hand that feeds you while complaining about how much that hand costs you.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
As would I.
Your wings flare up, blinding you briefly before the strange place. Flat white plain, kind of cloudy, foggy sky. And the floor ends about 12, maybe 10 meters away from you in a kind of perfectly sheared off line that you can just see darkness and then glimmers of the Nyx in the distance. And there are bits of broken metal, large chunks of it, just kind of floating gently in the sky nearby. And there are some big chunks of this kind of nearby you, and they're perfectly static in midair.
Perrin thinks to himself, another? Sort of look around at these metal chunks. I can recognize them as anything in particular.
Make a investigation check. Huge chains, the links of which have been shattered. Because you see like a couple that are perfectly round and then have been bisected.
There's a moment where Perrin like looks around and like focuses on one of these chunks and like peers. And then his eyes widen. Oh shit. Oh shit. He starts like looking around.
Perrin.
I look around to the voice.
Floating in, kind of Thanos style, just like that, is a very large man. It looks like he almost could be a Goliath with his build. Kind of a half plate, sections of armor with a heavy fur mantle. You recognize the form of Commodus. The Revenant you met a long time ago, ended up accidentally getting imprisoned in your prison sword, and then who disappeared, vanished when the sword broke.
There's just a moment of like terror, and then Perrin realizes who it is and is like, oh, thank God.
I am Commodus the Great, party leader to a lost warband, stabbed in the back by your rival, and then betrayed by you as well.
For a moment I thought.
You thought what?
I thought you were someone else. I didn't know you survived.
I have died many times. I will always come back.
And if you survived, maybe the rest did.
Indeed. I am tougher than most. And we have a common goal still, despite your act of treachery. You did come to me when you made me your prisoner. You said that you wished it had not turned out as such. Do you still believe that? Do you still hold that true in your heart, Perrin of Felderel?
I did regret my choice after.
In which case, we can take down the falser gallant. His traitorous head will be split,
To make
and
clear
we can
though,
gain vengeance.
what I have said before. If you hadn't tried to take the sword from me, I would have let you do it. He killed you, I thought it fair that you kill him. But when you decided to imprison his soul, you wanted to hurt him more than he hurt you. That's why I warned him. Then he used it on you.
Yes.
And now I'm not sure if it would have been fair or not. I just wish you hadn't asked for the sword.
And I wish you hadn't given it to him.
Well, it's gone now.
Indeed. Do you still wish to avenge yourself against him?
I still wish for him to pay for what he did.
In which case I offer you my hand in patronage. Together, we will defeat him.
Why did he kill you? I know I asked you long ago, but...
Because he is weak. He usurped. He took over. He betrayed. And for that, he broke a bond of fellowship between us. He was ambitious from the moment he joined.
Why did he want to lead?
He could not stand being just out of frame. He could not stand to be the one named second on any billing. The bard will sing of him in the second verse. And that was not good enough for him.
And is that what your group was about? Billing? Bard songs?
It was part of our life. We were an adventuring group.
But what was your goal? Why did you adventure?
For many reasons. This is a strange conversation.
Today I've spoken to many gods, heralds, other powerful beings. I've asked nearly all of them what they want. I think I've ruffled a few feathers. May have got myself in trouble.
I was brought back from the dead. A vengeance against Sir Gallant.
Well, I know now, yes, that is your singular purpose, but what about before then? Why did you adventure? Why did you build your group? What was he usurping? What did he take?
Our limelight. Our contracts. Our agent. He even stole our spot at the arena.
Is that it? Agents? Limelight? That's all you have?
He took the quests that we had been given. He got there first and did them, leaving us walking into town like idiots. And he did it just to gloat.
What kind of quests?
Dragon slaying. Demon hunting. Finding and eliminating a coven of hags.
Job so easy he could do them alone.
He took another of our number.
Alright, so easy the two of you could do it.
What are you insinuating, boy?
When I first met you, I just knew I hated Gallant. And everything he stood for. And you stood for killing him. That was all I needed. But you stand for all the same things he does. You would have done the same in his position.
I would not break a bond of fellowship.
That's easy to say when you're at the top of the chain.
Who are you to judge? You owe me for imprisoning me, for taking away my chance, for betraying me against him.
As I said, I stood by my principles. If you hadn't taken the sword, you would have had your vengeance. But you needed more.
Make an insight roll.
$18.
Okay.
Dice have been on fire today.
Yeah, that does just beat the DC. As he's talking, you can kind of feel multiple locations on your left arm, kind of under your clothing, kind of moving.
I'm gonna like look and then try and like, move armor out the way and see what is going on.
You have to kind of take the armor off the arm and then roll it back. Commodus just kind of stares at you.
What are you doing? Stop. Do not pay me such disrespect.
Is this you? As I like try and get a look at the arm.
Now, your left arm was horrifically damaged and scarred by plunging a blood-drinking sword into a blood symbol that basically was destroying stuff. Like, it was a sigil of destruction. And so it drank the blood of the symbol and then tried to give you the blood to revitalize you because it's a vampire sword. And that blood was from a symbol of destruction. And so it effectively destroyed bits of your arm where those blood vessels were. And you had those kind of paths and tracks all through your arm, hollowed out. Thanks to a little bit of healing and intervention, it did survive, but you were changed by the experience. As you pull back the arm, sorry, the clothing on your arm, not the arm, like, oh no! Like the Mission Impossible, like, but like with your arm, what's underneath? You know that your arm is capable of, like, siphoning life force out of things. You've practiced it. You've not been particularly successful in combat with it, but you have tried. As you pull it back, while it has healed and scarred over, each of those little scars where the blood vessels kind of come to the surface still remained. And as you peel the clothing back, those scars have changed. Instead of being horrible necrotic wounds, you instead have about 7 or 8 lipless mouths with tiny gnashing teeth. And as Commodus speaks, fractionally before Commodus speaks, all the mouths open and close in unison, mouthing the words.
What have you done?
What have I done? What have
The form of covenants just unravels on the spot. The mouths keep talking.
Is it just... So there's nothing in his place, it's just empty, it's just me and the arm?
Yep. Yep. It unravels like filaments just into nothingness, and those filaments disappear.
Sort of... I hold the arm away from me as much as you can your own arm. You... Do you expect me to accept your offer?
I come here offering patronage. That gets me in the door. It is a simple system they have made.
You can't harm me through this, I know how this works. This illusion will pass.
Its bounds. It is interesting.
The things I've said to gods recently, I'm quite sure you can't get anything through here, otherwise I'd be in a lot more trouble than I am. They really are gone, aren't they, those souls? You ate them.
The dead are gone. That is the circle. Creation and destruction. They were made. Now they are unmade. As will all things be. As it was, so it shall be.
Is that your plan? Destroy everything? What's left at the end? Just you?
Things shall be made anew, as it was.
By who?
Everything will be as it was. The cycle of the destruction of creation, but which gave life to this cosmos. It shall be again.
It is now.
It is not. It was broken by treachery. Your dead are not worthy of the name. I will destroy and devour each of their souls. I will change your world. Death will have meaning once more.
From what I understand, you already failed. And you will fail again. You don't have the power.
Yes, that is true. And your dawn put me back in my cage. Oh, wait. Every way I will fear her command of nature. Oh, Mystra's eminence over the magical domain. She will be able to lead us to prison. But she is a mere fragment of herself. Charon's prison, he will of course manifest bars and chains will hold me once again. Think not. I will draw my offer of patronage. You will die screaming, knowing it is the last time anyone has an opportunity to die whose such a pleasant experience Perrin.
It ends.
that's where our episode ends today.
All right.
Next episode, I guess we're gonna go backwards slightly to when everyone gets teleported. Everyone goes to sleep. That happens, and then when you wake up, you can pick your patron, or you can wait longer if you want. There you go. So anyway, I guess we do the announcements again now. That was 10 patrons. Damn. Damn.
Yep,
Okay.
that was a lot. I am tired.
Yeah. Man, that was... Oof. Right, okay, NPC names post is now out. You can go add names if you're here or tier above on Patreon that we might end up maybe using. Level 12 character sheets coming soon, so you can check out character sheets. We're returning to Thursdays as of next week. Next week is a Thursday, not Wednesdays. We're back to Thursdays. Also, we're starting slightly late-ish. We're starting at the normal time, but you'll be able to catch the after show live at the normal time until we go into the actual episode. So if you do not have a chance to catch the after show beforehand, you can catch it then. And also, if you are not a patron and you don't know what after shows are about, you can find out by watching the one beforehand. It won't be on the VOD. It's just a live thing to, you know, give people a chance to check out what they're like. So if you want to catch that, you can catch that then. Otherwise, we'll probably be starting the actual show about an hour in. Also, because of time shenanigans, we are starting at the normal time for everyone but North America. Basically, if your clocks are not changing this weekend, then next week will be an hour later. After that, we're back to normal because time zones and daylight savings and everything is terrible, but we have to
The full set of rules would be if your clocks change this weekend, next episode will be 1 hour earlier, and then if your clocks change the following weekend, then the show will return to its normal time. That covers everyone. So if your clocks aren't changing, then it'll go an hour later and it'll stay there, and you can work out the rest.
There you go.
We have to deal with it twice a year, and it's annoying as hell every time. One day it will be fixed. I can't wait for that day.
Also, I'm definitely putting a poll up now, which is that who would you want to be your Patreon out of the last 5? Because who won the first one?
The first one, it was... Wait, who was it actually? Was it Siren Ray?
Solitaire with 40% of the vote. Yeah. Siren Ray got 33%. Right, so Solitaire out of those. Okay.
Like Solitaire,
also,
Siren Ray, Mystra, Athreos. Nobody voted Erathis.
Yeah, that's fair.
Which is good. It's good advice. It's like don't get back with your ex deity.
Wow.
You can't be like, oh, it'll just be like, you know, a patron thing. No. You gotta cut that off.
It's just a booty prayer. I don't know. Look, it's been a long 10 patrons. Right, we're supposed to roll 20 as well. Check them out. Okay, Perrin, Bentham, who are you? What do you do? Where do we find you?
I'm Bentham. You can find me on YouTube and Twitch, where I go by the name Mangled Pork. There's not been anything on YouTube recently. Who knows? Maybe there will be. I've got plans to make more like Horizon lore videos at some point, but I keep not doing it because instead I'm playing Terra Invicta on Twitch a whole bunch, and also Barotrauma, of course, every Sunday with Rick and Fuzzy. And yeah, maybe at some point I'll play other games, but I'm really enjoying Terra Invicta. I don't know. Everyone's telling me though that Vicky 3 is apparently like a Factorio 4X though, so I'm like, oh, maybe I should try
Kind
that.
of. It does have a lot of like supply market chains going on.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna bother, but everyone's telling me that it's got like that kind of appeal, so maybe I'll give it a look. I don't know. Too many games. Way too many games. Like Bannerlord just released. Like the 1.0.
Oh,
I don't even have time to do that. Yeah, that's me. E, what about you?
Twitch.tv/UnderElysium. might have some time to do some D&D prep for the next arc. Otherwise, I might play some Vicky at some point. I played a little bit the other day. We played as Japan, which is isolationist, and therefore you have no access to any external markets. So I'm like, great, a game that is 90% about markets, and I can't access them. Great, fine. So I decided to get involved with the land war in Asia.
Ah, yes, always
So
a
that
good
went well.
strat.
Yeah, no, I felt that was a really smart idea.
Are you planning on
it's
invading
okay.
Russia in winter next?
That probably is going to be the other way around. Russia's probably going to invade me. So, yeah, anyway, we're going to go and do our after show. And feel free to check out the poll. Everyone likes Bahamut. Nobody wants... Oh, one person wants Tharisdan to be your patron. There you go.
I mean, it's definitely interesting. Probably a terrible idea, but it would be funny.
Yeah.
I don't want to keep those mouths, though.
Anyway. Bye!